ち時を超え真空の獅子が立ち上がる勇気を引き合わせる受け継ぐ愛を定めと呼ぶなら微笑む目で月の手を闇を欺いて刹那を交わして刃すり抜け奴らの隙をつけ貫いた想いが未来を開く Like a burning stone 熱く Like a burning stone 血脈に刻まれた因縁に浮き上がる消えない誇りの絆握りしめて光さす我が灼熱の空へ魂がぶつかり合うため地へ悲しみに揺られた未来を救う Like a burning stone 燃やす Like a burning star 炎を咲き風を立ちその先へ恐れずに何もためらわず進め流れの中共鳴する運命の波紋心に闇を欺いて刹那を交わして刃すり抜け奴らの隙をつけ貫いた想いが未来を開く Like a burning stone 熱く Like a burning stone 血脈に刻まれた因縁に浮き上がる消えない誇りの絆握りしめて
Hello everyone, hello Blender, 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 and one more time Blender. Today continuing practicing English with some music and etc. So yesterday we finished lighting course from Blender Guru, the course regarding the lighting, colors, like location of the lights, how to better place your lights on your render, and blah blah blah. And in the end, Blender Guru proposed us. Do you hear me? Am I here? Okay, I'm here. Blender Guru proposed us lighting challenge. So we downloaded 3 Blender files with already presetted characters or some other objects already prepared, and our task is to make the lighting as good as possible. So this is what we came up with in our last try. This is the result of the render. Now I will show you. Yeah, this is our lady, but I mean, I don't know why, but when it's finally rendered here and when it's only visible here, you see, I think no need to tell that this picture and this picture looks very different. I don't know why. Maybe because of the maximum amount of samples. I will try now to change it to some higher value to check if it will be any changes. For example, we put, I don't know, 256. Will it be any changes? So now it's proceeding, reducing the noise. But anyway, the hair looks awful, as well as some other parts and some lighting. I guess here you see it looks totally different than here, and I mean it's already viewport together with viewport shading. It's strange. It's really strange. Okay, what if we reduce noise threshold? I want to understand why the hair looks so awful. What if we increase light passes, light bounces? No. Post-X reflection. I don't know even what trigger to manipulate to change this look of her hair during render. It's like looks really strange. I have no idea, really no idea what to do, how to do passes. Any changes? Nothing, right? Data, light. I mean, this also supposed to change something, but it's not changing anything. And yeah, gravity, scene, world, mix shader. I really don't know what triggers to change, to manipulate, to change the behavior of her hair, but it looks really strange here. I mean, now I need to render each time to see what's going on with her hair. I mean, it's not really convenient in my opinion. Alright, let's check, maybe we can fix it quickly somehow. For example, I don't know, render view and final render looks different in Blender. I don't know. My Blender 3D viewpoint render is different from final render. Alright. And why is there differences between the viewpoint? Okay, reading time. Let's read a little bit. When you have struggled for a long time to get a 3D scene to get in Blender, only to start to render and realize that there are major differences between a 3D viewport and final render, that can be a very frustrating experience that we will try to solve in this article. The most common cause of inconsistencies between the 3D viewport render preview and the final render is that we have one or more hidden objects in one of the views. To fix it, go to that liner and check the filter. I mean, do we have some hidden objects here? This is my light points. I suppose nothing hidden here. I mean, this light, it's just it's my lights. Here we have camera. I mean, all looks good. No, it's nothing here hidden. Outliner, change the filter to include the eye, screen and camera icon to make sure that they are consistent. Outliner. What is outliner? Is it this one? What is outliner? Outliner. Nobody knows. There are several things that can cause a difference between the viewport and final render. In this article we will cover the most common causes. The 3D viewport is there to help us visualize our scenes and not primarily to show us the result. Being able to see the result directly in the 3D viewport is a luxury that has just recently become possible in some circumstances. Your final scene may have many millions of polygons and high resolution textures that are just not possible to render at the speed that you want to work with. So we choose to view different portions of our scene in different times. This allows us to keep working effectively without being bogged down by too much data at once, by helping us filter what we see in the 3D viewport. There are many tools in Blender that help us filter the data we see in the 3D viewport compared to the final render, but sometimes it can also become a problem when we have filtered out too much. When we render, we instead get a completely different look or objects that we have forgotten about in our final scene. In the rest of this article we will look at some examples where we may have configured different between the final. If you have problem with rendering at all, or if your render turns out bad, you can read more about common render problems in this article. For common render. Okay, difference between the viewport caused by modifier stacks. So many features and settings in Blender are double. One for the 3D viewport and one for the render results. The modifier stack is an example of this. Modifiers can be turned on or off for the viewport or final render individually. There are also some settings within certain modifiers that have two identical settings, but one of them related to the viewport and one is for the final render. In the header of the modifier, okay, subsurf, I mean, what if we apply all of this? Apply. now she's bold. Nice. I think this is not what we're supposed to do. Alright, okay. What if we change to Eevee, for example? Eevee. Yeah, looks like shit. Right? And now it's look like even more shit. And I mean, the main problem is with the hair. Hair behave very strange. Like, it's two different pictures. Even the shades here on the pants, for example, and here it's like it's totally different. And how am I supposed to check? Right, so we made the best we could. Now we will just check what Blender Guru offers to us. Ways to improve your light.
G'day, this is Andrew Price.
G'day!
New type of video. Well, this is a one-off maybe, but I'm gonna be taking some blend files that people sent in to me, and I am going to be improving the lighting, trying to improve the lighting, starting with this guy right here. So this was sent in by Mobin S, and this is it. It's a Mafia dude. By the way, these blend files were sent in. I did a call out. I got like 100 submissions, and these were the 3 that I thought were pretty good. And also, the authors of these files graciously let me provide them to you to download as well. So if you haven't downloaded them, I would suggest you do it, because I would suggest try lighting it yourself first before you watch the rest of this video, because you'll learn a lot more. Trust me. But anyways, this is one we're going to start with.
I mean, this is all we need to do. You just need to... So, you see, he changed here to image editor. And I guess he chose here, yeah, like render result. So, if you render, it will take some time. Yeah, but so you have to change the light, and after this render every time. It's like it's not really it's I mean, it's not really convenient to work in such way, right? Yeah, so I suppose this is how we're supposed to work here, because this is what he's doing. But there is other way. Maybe we can go to the solid view and try to see it from the solid view. Yeah, but in this mode the hair looks really awful. she's like me. I have the same hair density on my head. Especially in this top area. Yeah, getting old. But I guess this is how it's supposed to work. How could I know that this is the better way to use such renders? Anyway, let's get to the video.
Removed all the lighting in it so that I can start afresh, and I also removed this smoky thing just because I felt like it was too distracting. Like, you can have like stylized smoke like this, but I think it really only makes sense and it fits when the rest of the scene is stylized as well. And this character is a little bit too realistic, so I thought, let's just pull it. So anyways, I'm using Blender 2.8, and this specific scene was made in Eevee, which is very cool. you just add a point lamp, and you can see now, yeah, the cool thing is it's in real time, right? You don't have to wait for things to render, which is very cool. The only downside is that when you're using Eevee, you got to fiddle around with all these settings for the light, like contact shadows and all that kind of thing. Just turn on contact shadows and like crank up the distance and turn down your softness. Oh, is it that softness? This softness. Ah, there's always one of these things. Like, see this like weird effect there? I always hate that. Okay, bleed bias. I guess that's what we're gonna start with. Anyway, not off to a good start. Anyway, so when I am approaching lighting, right, lighting something, the first question I ask myself is, what do I want to say with this, right? Because if you wanted to just create something that looks cool, that could be a totally different, you know, process than I want to create something to show off the specific sculpting that I did, for example, so that I can maybe get a job in the industry or something. Because that would be like, you want to show the form, whereas if I want to create something cool, I might want to hide form. You know, it depends on what you're going for. But I'm just going to show like what I would do for this specific thing. Everyone's got a different take on it. I'm going to try and make a story, right? So this is a mafia boss. I don't think there's any point in making him look like he was lit in a studio. Let's put him in an environment. So I'm going to pretend that there is a car headlight, right? So this light here is going to be a car headlight, and it's got to be a little far away from him, which is important for fall off, which we talked about in the lighting course, right? So I put it around about here, and let's just crank up this light. So as I mentioned as well, like you want to use false color if you want to check like the exposure of something. I just want to make sure that this gray value is somewhere on the face, which gray would be like at 0 exposure, so it's pretty good. And let's go back to Filmic. There we go. Okay, so the car headlight is there. Looks pretty good. Okay, turn up. Was my distance enough? Oh, hang on. Distance. There we go. Yeah, you just got to make sure you got the distance of your contact light, contact shadows. I mean. Okay, so if I pull this all the way out here, you can see that it's flattening him. Like flattening the volume, the shape of him. So if I put, and it also reveals too much of his face, like too much of his character. Whereas I want to sort of make this guy like he's a mafia boss, right? Like he's a little scary. Like who is he? He's a little creepy, right? So I'm putting it to the side, and I'll also just make it look like the light is lower than him, right? Car headlight somewhere about there. And I'll move it just so that this eye starts to fall into shadow. And I just want to try to get this line here, like that specific brow there. I want that to be highlighted so it looks like he's kind of angry, perhaps, right? Just I don't know, something.
So this is what we got. This one. This is what we came up. We just made him like he's just chilling in some room or something like this, like in his headquarters somewhere in one of the New York basements or something like this. But of course, it will look much better if he has some authentic environment behind him. But I just didn't pay so much attention to this. I wanted to make him like I work specifically with this model, and I didn't pay attention to the environment because I thought it's not the point of this challenge. This way, of course, you can change much more in this scene. Like you can add the background, you can add some this composting, some other stuff, some additional effects, some blur, I don't know, something else. But this is just like a raw result of our job. I mean, in our case, his face is revealed. Is it good or bad? I don't know. I mean, if he's a mafia boss, it doesn't mean that his face supposed to be always covered with a shadow, like to hide his face. He's not always hiding in the shadow, so such version, I guess it take place to be. Okay, back to the video.
And I'm trying, right? Let's go false color. Oh yeah, the other thing, like if you use like in the color management section, you can adjust the exposure, which is kind of a way, like instead of having to tweak each of the lamps one by one, it just adjusts the camera exposure. So it's like a kind of a way to like, without having to jump back and forth. Anyway, so I got one lamp, that's pretty good. Now it's nighttime, right? So let's add in a blue like moonlight, because also you can see like there's no shape around him. I don't know where he stops and where the background starts. So I'm just gonna duplicate this lamp and let's make this sort of a light blue color like this. And let's put it behind him like that. So it's just sort of highlighting his coat there. Now it's bringing him off the background a bit. So a little bit bluish like that. And it's like the sky.
I'm really interested how he will make the room. I hope he will show this here in this video, because as for me the room was the most complicated, because it's like it's really hard to understand which part you want to highlight and which part you want to hide. And also the composition of the room is not so good. I was forced to change the camera position because I was not agree with the view which was proposed to us initially, because it was too much boring dead areas which are not pleasant for your eye at all. So let's see what he will do.
So let's make this radius really big, and you can see that when you do that, it kind of like it highlights more areas of the hat and everything. So something weird happens with Eevee though when you go like too high. So yeah, oh, this bleed value, these values, I swear I never know what would actually correct a lot of this stuff. I know that like softness, softness actually improved that a little bit. Softness, oh, there we go. It's the softness of this value that's not good. Anyway, yeah, it's cool. Like Eevee is fun, but it's also can be annoying sometimes. All right, so that's good. Now this is okay, but he's a little too ominous. Like we want to see the rest of him, like some of his face here. Now you could just add like an area lamp, which would be like just a small lamp here to kind of show that. And that's one way to do it. That's okay. But I'm telling a story here, right? So there's a car headlight. What other light could there be? There could be another car headlight, right? Like this. Or it could be the back of a car, like a red tail light, right? Like maybe he's parked on the side of the road. There's moonlight and he's got the trunk open. And who's in the trunk? Oh, it's some poor fella. I don't know, right? Now, oh, here's the other thing, right? So if I pull this out here, you can see that his whole coat is like lit up here, right? And it's kind of like using that emphasis thing that we talked about in the last video. It's kind of like it's too like a blanket uniform amount of light. Whereas if I pull this in close, you can see that now the light is almost exclusively on his face, like that, which is really what I want. I want just his face. I want that to be the focal element. So I'm putting that there. And now let's turn this down so that we can still see it, but like it's obviously not as bright. So something like that. And the other thing that I'm gonna do, I want this little cigarette butt to be casting some light as well, okay? You wouldn't normally have it necessarily, right? Like what I mean is like the amount of light that this car headlight would be creating, you would not be able to see any light coming from a cigarette butt, but a little bit stylized, right? We're having a little bit of creative license. So I'm gonna duplicate this, and then where I put that 3D cursor, Shift S, cursor to selection, and hey, his face is on fire. So let's dial that back, something like that. It's horrible. Dial back the softness.
Nice sound.
You always
This is me.
You're always
Always.
fooling around with the. Oh, actually, that actually kind of improved it. Okay, and now dial back the brightness. And the other thing I want to do is you can see it's sort of casting light every. Oh, also different color, a little bit yellow like that, and custom distance. So I don't want there to be light everywhere. I'm just gonna, you know, stylize it and make the light fall off like about there perhaps. I don't know, something like that. It's a little, I don't know, it's a little weird, but it could work. Just subtle, right? Something just a little bit like that to kind of show part of his face and some of the scene. And that's pretty.
This cigarette, it's like a torch. I don't think that the real cigarette can be so bright.
Pretty good. Now the other thing I want to do, I've been watching YouTube. I want to put a background in it, right? Because it's just black and it's like, you know.
Pixabay. Wait a bit. Okay. I just wanna save this. How we call this? Link. I just wanna save the link. Alright, back to this studio.
It just doesn't look as professional, right? So if I typed in fog forest, that was what I was going for. I also typed in like night forest. You can quickly like just grab one of these images. The one that I actually used was, there it is. This one here. You just download that, and I mean, I tried like 3, 4, 5, whatever it was.
I'm interested how will he import it now in the Blender.
And what I do, I just want to chuck it in the background, right? So I'm just going to go File, Import Images as Planes, and that'll save me from having to actually like add in a plane, apply the texture, and get the aspect ratio. Then I just click on Shadeless. Oh, by the way, I'm sure most of you already know this, but that add-on, it's in Blender by default, but you got to turn it on. So you type in Import Images as Planes. You turn that on, and then you've got the file, Import Images as Planes. Anyway, so I check that. I'm going to make it shadeless. I'm not going to use any alpha, and I'm going to hit Import. And there we go. Mr. Forrest himself. Okay, so we could put it like right behind him, but I want to use some depth of field from the camera to make that part look like out of focus. So I'm going to put that in the background, point of view of the camera. Let's scale that up and then rotate it so it's sort of like facing the camera a bit. And then move it up. Actually, I want this bright area to be behind him, so we can just see some of the trees in the background. Now, obviously, the color of this is way too much, so I'm going to the node editor, and just for this thing right here, all I'm going to do is add in a hue saturation value node, and then I'm going to turn down the value, like drastically, to like something like that, right? And I'm going to change the hue and make it look a little bit bluer.
Hugh. What is your name? My name is Hugh. Why your name same as the geometry node in Blender? I don't know. So Hue means відтінок. Забарвлювати. Колір, колорит. I'm sorry.
Not that blue.
Back to the video.
That. And look at that. And the camera, I think by default, I already had the camera set to have a depth of field. Where's my camera? There it is. I've already selected it. There we go. Yeah, so I set it like the focus object to be the bandage. But anyway, oh, I just did like a little camera course, like watching YouTube over the weekend. F-stop, it goes in like, oh, I just, yeah. And
let's go back a little
value.
bit. Yeah, value.
Like drastically to like something
Drastically.
like that. Right, and I'm gonna change the hue and make it look a little bit bluer. Not that blue, something like that. And look at that. And the camera, I think by default, I already had the camera set to have a depth of field. Where's my camera? There it is. I've already selected it. There we go. Yeah, so I set it like the focus object to be the bandage. But anyway, I just did like a little camera course, like watching YouTube over the weekend. F-stop, it goes in like 1, 1.4, 2, 2.8, etc. But like there's certain stops. So an f-stop of 1.9 doesn't exist. So I'm gonna go 1.4. Not that it makes much of a difference. This is more like stylized, but anyway, I just thought like let's try to keep it consistent there. And that's basically it. I would call this pretty well finished. I would do a render of this. This is the one that I ended up with. So I think I went a little darker on the face. It's up to you. And I also added in some smoke, which was, again, I just typed in smoke on Pixabay. And, oh, I literally typed in Pixabay. This one right here, right? This is the one that I ended up with. I took that into Photoshop, and then you use the lighten blend mode, and then you've got like the smoke, and then you add that in, and it's much easier than having to do smoke simulation. If it's not for an animation, like who cares? It's static, and it's gonna look way better than anything you could generate with a smoke sim anyway. So I went with that. But there you go, guys. So that is the Mafia Boss done and dusted. All right, next up we have this Lounge Room by Blake Lisman. So this was his, oh, what have I done? I do not know the shortcuts of 2.8 yet, so I hit something. This was his image that he sent through, and you can see that he went with a very sort of, just an overcast day, like sort of white light coming in through the window. Now, I asked for his permission to do this. I rearranged the house a bit to make it something that you guys could play with a little bit easier, because I felt like currently, like with his setup, there was only 2 windows on the left-hand side, and you couldn't really control a lot. And also, I felt like some of these books were a little jarring in their colors, so I wanted to make it a little bit more uniform. And I also felt like that room on the right there could just sort of be sealed off to make things render a little bit faster. So. And I also rearranged the furniture a bit, but this was for a real scene, like a real like blueprint of a house. So he didn't have this creative control, but I did. Anyway, he let me do this. So let's try to improve this. Now, this you could go for a nighttime scene if you wanted to, but that's something we didn't talk about in the lighting course, which is like interior lighting. That's like a whole different ball game. Briefly, if you wanted to know about it, like you would want to like for interior lighting. Have accent lighting, which is like lighting to
So this is what we came up with. Lounge. This is what we came up with. So Mafia Boss we can close. See, lounge is very heavy. And render. Actually, we didn't render this picture, so I have no idea how will it look when we will actually render it. We can try. I hope it will not take a century to render it. I mean, I'm more or less okay with this lighting, but the only part is the TV. I just didn't know how to make the working screen in the correct way, because if you are making it too bright, it looks like your eyes are attached only to this TV screen and you are not paying attention to all other objects in a scene. If you make it turned off, I mean it looks a little bit strange. I can see on the render it also looks not like here, so it's really hard to understand what really happens on the screen if you did not render it. I need to consider it for the future projects, because you can see the difference between this picture and this picture. It's like it's 2 different amount of light. But I wanted to look like this, not like this. Okay, Anyway, let's see how Maestro will do it.
Accent lighting to emphasize areas of interest within the rooms. So sort of like downlights over couches. That's one part. There's 4 parts to interior lighting. This is like speed through of like interior lighting course. So accent lighting over areas of interest, downlights over tables, things like that. Decorative lighting that actually doesn't cast much lighting, but it's supposed to look like it is. So like a chandelier or like a candle or something like that to make it look like it's casting lighting, but it's actually not there for that purpose. And then ambient lighting, and this is a very clear, like this is a really important one. It's like like a sort of a nice sort of soft lighting over everything. So usually like you bounce lighting off the ceiling and it creates like sort of a warm filled in light to everything. And then the 4th and final one is task lighting. So like a reading lamp over a couch or LEDs are like over a kitchen bench, that kind of thing. But anyways, I'm not going to do...
Just a second, let me check something really quickly. Okay, I'm sorry. Back to the video.
The nighttime interior one for this, since I feel like it wasn't really explained much in the course, I'm just going to do a daytime scene, right? Which is pretty common for interior architectural renders anyway. So we're restricted to like natural light. So the sky is this white light here. So the sky is blue. That's a quote. You can quote me as that. I'm happy to go down and
very funny, blade. Very funny, blade. Actually, I also tried to make it first like daylight, but after this I realized that I'm not able to make it look nice. I mean, in this scene, it's when you make it daylight. In my case, it was looking very awkward and just and I was just not able to make the daylight work in the correct way, so I just decided to change it to the dark light.
It said it was blue, so we'll go with that. So the sky is nice and blue. Now we've got to have a sun, right? Because this is just pretty drab at the moment. By the way, if you see lamps over these doors here, these are just portal lamps, which is like an area lamp. Oh gosh. Okay, 2.8. It's in beta. It just has a portal enabled, and it just means that more rays are going to be guided in through the windows. I got a video on it if you want to check it out. Anyways, so I'm going to add in a sun lamp, okay, and just make it come in through the window. Let's rotate it so we can see it a little bit. Increase the brightness, maybe not too much, something like that. And then the size of it, like you can see that if you set the size of the sun all the way to 0, it's like a really harsh needle point shadow, which is not what you really want. But you don't want something really drastically smooth either. So something about there will be fine. I mean, you just do this by eye, really. I mean, depending on cloud cover and everything, there's not an exact value anyway. So whatever you think will look nice. Now, as I mentioned in the last part of the lighting series, when it comes to environments, most of this is going to be determined, like most of your lighting decisions should be decided by composition, because this is where your eyes are going to look. So in this case, I actually think like this back TV and this back bookshelf is probably where you want the eyes to actually look. So I'm gonna have the light come in like pretty harsh, right? Like it's coming in like it's a sunset or something. And let's have it go that away. Yeah, something like that, right? This, I might change this, I don't know. But anyway, let's go for something a little yellow as well. Like this is like morning sunrise. Yeah. So this is like a pro tip. Like I always thought, like, what's the difference between sunset and sunrise? Not a lot, really, other than I think sunset is generally speaking a little bit more saturated colors, I think. But then now that I think about it, it's just like tilting of the earth. Like there shouldn't really be a difference, but there kind of is. So this kind of feels more like morning light, whereas something like like this kind of feels a little bit more like a sunset. So anyway, I'm going to go for like morning light, nice fresh early morning. And you could leave it like this, but it's a little bland. And also, as the last part of the last video, remember I talked about implied lighting, which is casting shadows in from things outside of a scene to make the scene look bigger than it actually is. So let's do that and throw some tree lighting in here. So I just got this off of Polygon. This texture here, we don't actually have a lot of these textures on Polygon. We should probably add more. But anyways, no, it wasn't that one. It was this one. This one. Any of these will do, but just something like alpha masked trees. You can get them anywhere online. You could use any of these. These will be fine as well. But it's just something that's alpha masked. You're not even going to see the color of it, so it doesn't even really matter how it looks, just the shape of it. And then you want to, just like I mentioned before, import images as planes. We're going to use that as well. I mean, again, and it just looks like this. And I'm going to set this to diffuse, use alpha. That's the important one. Use alpha. Because otherwise you're not going to have any transparent shadows, and that would be a waste. So, rotate this.
See, use alpha. It's the thing which I didn't know. Actually, is it switched on by default? File import images as planes, for example, garden. I mean, it doesn't give us any of this rendering instruction before we edit. Just add it and that's it. Interesting. Anyway, back to the video.
I'm just going to position it somewhere near the door until we can see it. There we go. Got some nice little tree shadows, I guess. You know, now that I think about it, like, this is actually a pretty heavy shadow. It's a little heavy. I kind of want something where, like, the light is sort of coming through the branches a little bit more. So let's go with, like, this. This one might actually come out better. Normally I would prepare this, but like, I don't know, I did the render before and I was like, yeah, this will be fine. But now that I'm thinking about it, like looking at this, like it would be better if we could have like some more interesting shapes come through, because currently we don't have a lot of control over the composition, right? So anyway, we've got a render happening right now, and I have a very slow internet because I'm in Australia, and evidently our government messed up the internet. Called the National Broadband Network, and we spent $62 billion on a broadband network for the whole country, and it still hasn't been delivered. And it's like my parents just got it at their house. It's like 30 megabits a second, and that's supposed to be like mind-blowing. It's like, oh my gosh, we're so far behind. Anyway,
it's more than zero.
Anyways, filling in some
zero.
Let's bring in that new tree. So let's go import import images as planes. Let's go back.
I mean, in 2.8 it looks really different from the importing in 3.2, which I'm using right now. I don't have all these menus and all this stuff.
And we got the new one here, this one. Diffuse, use alpha straight.
Yeah. Maybe when you're adding, like import, check. So this here, use alpha. This is it. Okay, so it's switched on by default. It's nice.
Yes. All right, increase this and this. And let's see. Let's hope this is better. Is it better? I hope it is. Otherwise, I've just wasted a lot of your time by downloading a texture that I'm not going to use. I just want it to... Is it better? It doesn't look like it. Let's try the other side. Rotate a little bit. Okay. I mean, really, we just want to have the appearance of trees, right? Like, there's something outside the window. I could actually, now that I think about it, we could make this shadow size a little sharper so we could actually see the definition of the trees, but then that's also going to make it look like the trees are closer to the window, because the closer the object is to something, the sharper those shadows are going to be. So I don't know, something like this could be okay. Could be. But anyways, we could turn down the brightness here. We could adjust the contrast overall of the entire interior, and I will probably use false color to check what my values are. Yeah, we're getting near the edge of the exposure but like most of the scene is in the middle there, which is pretty good. What I will do though is I will go medium high contrast, something like that, and that'll just make it look a little bit more punchy, because the filmic tends to make things look a little washed out, but that's deliberate so that you've got a lot more range to play with. But then if you use one of these, it'll look a little punchier. Anyways, whoops, that's not it. This was the one that I actually ended up with for my final render. Sent it to Blake, and he said, wow, look, he really liked it. Obviously, he didn't have this creative control, but came out all right. And also, by the way, I'll just throw in a little tip here. I rendered it using the Denoise, which is this free plugin which does like an AI denoiser from NVIDIA. And it works really well for interiors where you've got a lot of bare walls, because the denoiser for Blender is notoriously terrible at uniform, like this.
Denoise add-on. Let's download it as well. Remingtongraphics.net, Blender Tools, Graphic Design, Denoise. Is it the physical denoiser? Like in the real life? Blender tools? Anyway, fuck this.
This white wall here, for example, it will be very bad at making that denoised, but that's exactly what this one excels at. So denoiser is actually really good for textures, but the denoise by NVIDIA, that one's better for like flat uniform shapes, in my opinion. But anyways, that was the one that I ended up with. So now the final one we are gonna do is this lovely girl here, and this one was sent in by Sylvester Dorgu. Now, I really like this model because the model is actually, it's really well done, very well detailed. And actually, I think that this has the most potential to be drastically improved with better lighting. Because I feel like currently the lighting is, like, it's hard to see her face, it's hard to really focus on the character. Like and this is really where we get into like the emphasis, readability. That's right, part 4 of the series, we talked about using contrast so that you can actually read the differences. The difference in contrast between the background and the character is very low. Like there's not a lot of difference there. So I feel like there's a lot of potential to make this great. Make it great. So I think, by the way, for my the file that I sent out, the .blend, I think the texture wasn't actually packed in it for some reason. So you might actually find that your the ground like might be like underneath her feet. So that was my mistake. If that happens, just like unplug the displacement and it'll actually be where it should, almost. But anyways, just for those that were playing along at home and they're like, you know, Andrew, why does the floor look terrible? Anyway, okay, that's what happens in Blender sometimes, you know? You pack a file and everything's packed except for one thing. It's very frustrating. Anyway, okay, so I'm gonna set this, it's gonna be a nighttime scene, okay? That's the vibe that I'm gonna go for here, because she's like she's a street girl, right? She's edgy, she's an Instagrammer. Let's say she's an Instagrammer. She's an influencer, right?
Instagramma.
It's nighttime, right? So she's on the street. That's why there's a street below her. And so we're going to have like just a blanket amount of like moonlight. But overall, let's just focus on one key light. Okay, so let's add a key light. And this is, by the way, using cycles, which, you know, means you have to wait for things to render, but it also means that you don't have to, you know, fiddle with all the shadow and all that glitchy stuff that we had with Eevee. Now, we could, if we, like you remember in part 1, we talked
She
about
has no hair.
and why it's
Is
important
it
to see
okay?
the form of things.
Just
And,
bald.
you know, we could have like some lighting coming from here, but then like if this is a scene, she's on the street, like where would that light actually be coming from? Like it's got to kind of make sense for the scene. But also, and this is how I actually landed on this lighting setup. In part 1, I explained how like beauty shots generally, you want to have like butterfly lighting, which is like typically if you look like front on of a character, it's like right in line with the nose, but just like positioned above it. So you could have something like that. And then I thought, well, like this light is so close to this screen here that why not just put it on the screen, right? Okay, so the light's coming from the screen. Now this radius here is actually the size of the light. Like this is almost a ball of light, so way too big. I want it to be roughly the size of the screen. So something like that, okay? And there we go. Now, what's interesting about this light that we've created is the emphasis now is going to be, because of fall off, right? There's going to be a huge amount of fall off between the face and the shoes there, right? Like really sharp fall off, which is great because it's going to put the emphasis on the face, because that's where we want the focus to be. The face is the focus. So I think it's overexposed now. I'm going to check that with false color, and you can see that it definitely is. So I'm going to turn down the brightness of my lamp here, just so that it's like a little bit yellow on the forehead. So it's like in the upper range of the exposure range, but something like that. Okay, yeah, and look at the fall. Like it's up here, it's like lightish yellowish green, and then down here it's becoming blue, right? So it's falling into like much lower exposure ranges, which is great. It's what we want. So let's go back to Filmic. And there we go. Right, so that's great. We've got one key light, and that's what you want to start with. Get a nice key light that's, you know, showing the form of things. But like the back part, like our left leg, left side of the image there, like it's very hard to see the figure, and that's not good. We want to be able to understand, like, so readability is very poor right now. So rim light, right? That's how you separate something from the background. So I'm gonna add in a lamp right about here, and I'm gonna increase this like that. So this is a rim light, right? Now, if I want to get the top part of this arm there, I would position it there. If I wanted to get the bottom part of the arm, I'll position it down here. It's really up to you, but I'll go sort of like the top part of the arm. And I'll make this size of this a little bit bigger as well, just so that it wraps around things. It's not like a harsher light. And then the color of this light, it's a street scene. And you remember in the color part of the lighting course, we talked about how in the natural world, it's stuck in the Kelvin scale, but the artificial lighting world there's two colors which you won't find in the natural world from light, and that's purple and green. So I'm gonna go with, like a purpley pinkish color. And this is gonna maybe look like it's nighttime. Maybe she's walking past I was gonna say strip club. It could be a strip club. It could be red. It could be like the red light district in Amsterdam. But I don't know, a club, a laundromat with a neon sign. Doesn't have to be a strip club. But something like that. Okay, so something that's gonna tell us, hey, it's pink. What I don't like though, that now that I've got this light here, I've got a lot of, like, I'm losing some emphasis on the face because now there's a bit of contrast on the ground and our eyes are kind of being drawn to the ground. So I'm gonna change this to be a spot lamp, and then I'm just gonna control this a little better and go about here, like that. Okay, let's make that a little bigger and a little brighter. There we go. Okay, so that's good. Now this side of her, the right side of her, is now also being disappeared. You've been disappeared into the background. So I'm going to duplicate this. Let's drag it on the other side as well. And since it's a different thing, let's go like a reddish color. We could go red, or we could go yellow, or we could go green. Green is a little, I don't know, getting into that cyberpunk that I'm not a fan of. Everything is like saturated colors. A light blue, that actually looks kind of nice. And then I actually, for my final scene, thing, I made mine blue actually from the screen, right? So it's like a little bit, a little there. And then you can see like the front of her, like it's kind of hard to see the detail here. So what I'm gonna do is I'll dial this back just a little bit and let's increase. And basically this value here is kind of acting as our area light. Like, sorry, not our area light, our fill light. It's filling in shadow so that you can still see some detail from the front. But you don't want to go too far, right? Because it's also going to add light to the whole scene, which isn't desirable, maybe. Something like that. So let's give this a render. And there we go. Looks pretty good. I think that if we...
What about mine? Yeah, I think in this case his style is much better. In my case, it's just like he highlighted the face and make all other parts more darker. Like in my case, I make all parts lighter, but the face is in the more dark part. I don't know, maybe it's also working somehow. Anyway, I think I did not so bad job here actually. It's more or less okay. I thought he will just make something mind-blowing in his situation, but it's just like something alright. Not so... Not something special. Not something that I cannot reflect as well. So, in my opinion, it's more or less okay.
We have a look at I'll just do one last check on the false color, but pretty good. I mean, you could probably maybe add in a better fill light just on the left-hand side here, because I think this world lighting, as I mentioned, it's okay, but it's kind of filling in. I need it to be a little brighter here, and I can't do that without making the ground brighter. So instead of using the world lighting as the fill, I'm just going to make another lamp here, and I will just, obviously that's overkill, obviously, but something a little better like that. And let's put most of the emphasis just on that top jacket there, like that perhaps. I mean, I don't know, this kind of feels a little unnecessary, but something like that. Now, one other thing I might do, and I'm just going to try this could totally fail, and I haven't actually done I usually rehearse things, but I'm like, you know what, screw it, let's see if this actually works. I want to create a volume, right? Because I was just thinking, like, if this is a street scene, like, you know, she's outdoors, so there is going to be some natural fogginess, like, because there's particles in the air. So I'm just wondering if we add in a volume scatter, and then let's go 0.01. I just wonder if this could look good, because then it would kind of, instead of the background just being entirely black, it might look a little bit more interesting. I'll probably have to turn on the denoiser, not that one, but this one, the NVIDIA one, because it's going to be better at crushing some of that awful noise in the uniform volume. Anyway, let's have a look, see how this goes. And there you go. I actually like that. It, as I said, it kind of fills in the background, not so boring. And yeah, probably use a few more samples than I have, because you can see that the denoiser thing has kind of filled it in, and it looks almost like smoke, which is not terrible, but we've lost all the definition in the hair there. So use more samples, obviously, but it came out pretty good. I'm quite happy with that. So the emphasis is on the face. I'd probably also, and I did this for my final render here, I moved the camera around just slightly so that you can see the face a little bit better than what it is over here, because you kind of feel like you're not included in the scene, like she's sort of off in her own world, which is all right, but you want to be able to see the face a little better. So I just moved the camera up and to the right a little bit, and it yeah, change things. But yeah, there you go. So that is it, guys. I hope you enjoyed this lighting series. It's now officially finished. Yeah, if you enjoy this kind of thing, by the way, like, I don't have a Patreon, but one thing you can do is share it with a friend, because I listen to what gets results, and if
You have Polygon.
like these series and I can tell by the number of views it has, then I'm going to make more like it. Maybe I'll do one on composition or color or something in the future if people want it. But you got to show me that you want it with some views. So share this series with a friend if you found it useful. And as always, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in a future video. Bye.
Bye. So, I mean, we did not so bad. I thought my jobs comparing to his would be much worse, but it's actually not, in my opinion. It's like something which was made just for the few minutes, like, or for some short period of time without any over minding yourself. It's more or less okay. Don't save. File, new. No, actually file. Open. Let's open our first donut. Where is it? Finished, edited. I guess it's this one. My first donut ever made. It's in the render. Alright, what about this one? Punching Gallagramma. Okay, this one. I guess that's it. This is mine, right? Let me make like this, because you really cannot understand what's going on when it's not rendered. Render image. I mean, it's not our final result. Punch it. 1708 1608 finished, edited. I guess this one. Stop. Open. Punching blend. Let's try this one. Alright, yeah, that's it. This is it. This is our first donut, which kinda looks nice, just for me, because our second donut was destroyed. So we have only this one. So for this donut, now we have to make 5 different lighting effects. And for this, we will remove this. We will remove this plane. We will move our All right. We will move all this stuff a little bit up. We will add some strand to the light. World settings. Oh, viewport. I mean, where do you actually change it? I already forgot. Here. Strength. Why did I not see it at first? I don't know. Anyway. So this is our background background flying part. What the fuck? Okay, background flying particles. This is our did I write it correct? Particle? Yeah, just think. Particle 1, particle 2, particle 3, and particle 4. So this is our rim, this is our fill, this is our key lighting, and let's add new collection. This is particles, this is lighting. Come here. Yeah, background flying particles, yeah, that's correct. Our donut, icing, and can we just make camera separate? Yeah, like this. Okay guys, just 5 minutes break and we will continue. Hello, hello. I'm back here. So, you see the instruction. So, watch beginner's guide to lighting. Create 5 lighting variation to your donut render. That's what we are going to do today. So we have our donut, right? And now we have to make 5 lighting variations. I mean, we already have one variation according to Blender Guru, but I guess we will not count it as a one. Instead, we'll make our own 5 pieces of our own. So, and when he was telling about this, I noticed that he played with the backgrounds as well. So what we are gonna do, okay, I have the first idea. The first idea will be next. Alright, so we delete all the slides, we don't need it anymore. We don't need it anymore. This camera, let's hide it for now, we will use it later. So this is our donut. Let's return our cursor back and let's add some cube. It will be like our table, and let's just put it on the axis. For some reason it doesn't want to be put it on the right axis, I don't know why. Okay, 3D cursor. Increment like that, and let's reduce it in size. I mean, to something like that. So our task is, we are not going to like create some kind of very cool environment here. We just want to make something which look good, and I guess we will not use this compositor at all. So all we need is just gloss direction, blur, noisy image. We will see. So let's take our donut, right? Let's individual origins like that. Put it down, rotate it a little bit more, put it down again, something like that. So we have our donut on the table, let's say, right? I don't know, we can add some kind of texture to this table. Let's just go to the material, I don't know, some marble material, marble, enter. I don't know, something like this. Now it becomes a little bit laggy. Now we add some, okay, let's say new collection. 5 scenes lighting. Cube. So here, this one no need, this one no need. Light, Pisces lighting, point. Here we have our light. So this is our marble. And now we have to create some kind of light here. I mean, do we want to add some HDR here? How do we add it? Once again, how to add HDR in Blender. World, background, environment texture. Open. Okay, I like it. Let's just rotate our table, something like that. Let's scale it by X. Where is our light? I mean, let's add some bevel. Something like that. I mean, this HDR looks very nice. I like it. Mm. So let's cut this compositing thing, or let's say let's cut like that and just do like that. For now. And now we can play with the light. Think we can do something like that. And we can check how it looks from here. 100. Yeah, I like this effect. It's like the sun goes. You can also change it to something more, looks like something which is look more sunny. And we can also change the radius a little bit like that. What if we check it in the render? That's look fine. What else we can add here? I think we can also try to add something to this area to make it look more interesting. I guess. So let's try. Shift C. Let's try to add some spotlight. So what will be our final view? Something like this, right? think we can change resolution. Camera. Depth of field, no need. Size. Focal length. Let's make like 28. I mean, it's supposed to be closer, I guess. Something like this. I guess. So the spotlight. Maybe we can add one more light. Point. like there is some shop nearby or something like this. And maybe this sunlight can be a little bit more pronounced. What if we render this image? What will we get? F12. But I mean, it's not adding this background to the final scene. I want to add it also. Like viewport, right? View layer. Render single layer, render pass. Sampling viewport. I mean, it has 8,000. Ah, it's too much. 800. 800. I think denoising is not needed here. Max bounces, transparent, clamping, indirect 10, reflective, curves, simplify, final render, persistent data, output margin, grid pencil, color management. How do I add viewport display, sun position, light group, volume, ray visibility, metadata, post-processing, output stereoscopy, frame rate, render region. Scene units. How to add background layer to the final render blender. In the top right center, top right corner of the switch, object mode, shift A, image, camera, blah 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 blah, composite, alpha over, image, scale crop, but can I just make it visible? Like always? Visibility, viewport display. Cube No. So this HDR which I added, I want to make it visible all the time. Vector default, surface, background, relations, collections, motion blur, motion paths. How to make HDRI visible in Final Render Blender. HDRI not appear in Final Render. La 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 la. You can use this setup, which is actually very easy. Help. Help. Fucking help. Shader type, shader editor, environment texture. How do I change? Fuck suck, I don't understand. Please help. Render results. Viewer node. Viewer node. Fucking shit. I don't know. I'm panicking. I'm very panicking. Okay, we can beach. City beach. I will be набережная. Embarkment. Pow. Not really helpful. City beach sunset. City beach sunset. Help. Fuck suck. Maybe this one. Maybe this one. Maybe this one. Maybe this one. Then just a second. Did I switch to? Yeah. Blah 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 blah. Very interesting. Okay, I mean City Beach Sunset. Fucking shit. Let me just fucking download this fucking picture. City Beach Sunset. Fucking City Beach Sunset. Fucking. And now I cannot find it. Fucking shit. Where is my City Beach Sunset? Fucking shit. It was here, now I cannot find this picture here anymore. Okay, I see. Download. JPEG. Download. Lighting challenge. LB. LB. File import. Images planes. Lighting challenge. LB. Pow. 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 S. GZ. I mean, it really seems like it's very near. Let's change it here and let's make it bigger. Okay, let's put it down. Let's rotate it a little bit. With the such background is supposed to be much more, I mean, much darker. This point supposed to be much more down here, like this, and not so bright. Let's reduce brightness to 100. This material, let's reduce the roughness of this material. Yeah, like that. And now let's get back. What if this is in the render? Okay, now we press F12. I guess it can work, but you just need to change a little bit the camera angle. So, because like cannot be so like this, and after this I'm just supposed to to do something like that, make it down. I guess we can extend where is the donut? It's disappeared. Now we take the picture and lift it up like that. I don't like these leaves here, so we need to make the picture bigger and move the leaves away. Something like that. These leaves is not suitable here. Now what if we change this aperture, viewport, it's a field aperture. Where did I see this button to remove the frames? I mean, only to leave this frame in a picture. I mean, I like this picture as well. Can I save it somehow? New image, save as. Five donut lights. Not OpenEXR. Let's make it PNG. One. Okay, let's try to render like this. Maybe we can change this marble to some wood, will make more sense, and I guess it's like looking too wide. Let's just move this one to the edge like this. So it's just on the edge, yeah. I think this makes more sense. And let's try to change it to wood. Material, wood. But like wood planks. And I wanna make like a bench. What if I just type bench? Yeah, to show me some strange things. Okay, wood plank. Maybe something like that. This one we need to change in the UV editor here. Image edit, no. 3D viewpoint, material, and R. Something like this. Layout. Okay, I don't want to save this, I want to try again to render. This one cancel and render again. Yeah, this one I like more. Seems like there is some bakery shop nearby. You have some sunset coming, you have some light from the bakery shop, some artificial pink light which can be made only in some bakeries. And I think we can also add some other light from this side, and also to make it some like artificial, maybe even this one. What if we change it to green? And like increase the power, change the radius. What can we see now here in render? I guess it's in the camera settings. No, in the render settings. Blah 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 blah. Full color. I mean, it's not over lighted. It's just like a. And look at this. This one looks quite nice. It's like sun still did not disappear entirely, so it has some sunlight on it, but it's already some artificial light switched on. It's like on the bench somewhere on the beach near the port or something like that. So yeah, let's also save this image. It's not brilliant, of course, but something. So I'm okay with it. And let's make one more with this, another green light. I mean, you see on the final render it's not so much of these lights left. Here it's like so much light, but here it's just nothing. Okay, let's add more light. Spotlight. I don't know, let's make 8,000. Will it be any difference in this case? See, here it just looks like nothing. Yeah, let's just let it render, and after this we will keep to the other scene. But I mean, it's not hard, but it's also not easy sometimes to understand how to put your lights better. Just need some practice. But I mean, I understand that this is an important part of the filmmaking and of the 3D art making, but for me it seems so boring sometimes. I just like, can we skip to the summer? Can we switch to some more interesting part? Render. Sorry, I'm just a little bit AFK here. I mean, look how much of the green light we have already here, and how small amount of this light here. I think if we put some point light here, I mean, my goal is to make this light also reflecting on the wood. I mean, it's not really normal for the wood to reflect the light, but it should like be like here. It should be colored, even if it's not reflecting the material. It's anyway supposed to change its color according to the light, in my opinion. I can mistake, of course. So yeah, let's try. The spotlight we delete. We add some additional point light. I put it right here, like this. Yeah. Checking the camera, and we make it like acid green. We increase the radius like that. So I even wanted more on the wood part than on the donut part, but I guess it's already too much. Let's check in the false color map. I mean, it's still green. We can try. Why not? Let's see what we've got. Donut. Okay, and after this we will make a new scene. This time we will try. Yeah, at first I will make it like a Paramount picture style, like this in the beginning. And after this we will make it like it's sitting on the dining table in the kitchen. We'll try. I don't know, kitchen, just kitchen. So we need to find some picture of the kitchen so we can put our donut in front of some wall or something like that. Kitchen, room. Let's try room. Okay, maybe it's something like that, like this, or on this one. Так. Cooling in progress. Video card more or less cold. I don't know, maybe this one, because this part seems okay for me. Let's try this one. Kitchen. Now it's too much light here. I mean, if we reduce the roughness of this icing, it can change the amount of light on this, icing. So if we increase roughness, make it something like that, and decrease subsurface. Okay, this one I don't like. Let's try it one more time. I suppose it will be better now. So this part will not absorb so much of the light, and it will just spread on the wood and on the bread. Maybe it will be nice. Maybe I need to reduce a little bit the light power, maybe like this. Yeah, I think it's still too much. Let's try this 450. I don't know, just experimenting. Let's check some other kitchen pictures. Kitchen picture. Picture kitchen picture. This one. And the glass. If the Здорово, Юрчик. Нет, пончик не взорвется. Зараз в нас вправа від Blender Guru. Бачиш, Practical Create 5 Lighting Variations for your Donut Render. Тобі ж зараз ми робимо 5 Lighting Variations for Donut. Це в нас перший. Я заробив тут декілька варіантів. Зараз після цього рендеру перейдемо до наступного. Типу, тут занадто багато зеленого, але мені похуй. Залишимо це тако. І перейдемо до наступної сцени. Відкриваємо заново. Так, це ми зберігати не будемо. Відкриваємо знову пончик. Пім. Пім. Ну, типу, да, типу, десь на узбережжі, там десь на відстані порт, якісь портові крани, закат, а тут, типу, там всякі магазинчики, світофорчики, якісь щось таке. А где пончик? А, это рендер. Все, вот пончик. Так, писюны эти убираем. Перебираем. World Light робимо одиничку поки що. Так, камера хуєта. Так, добре, камеру ми сюди перекидаємо. Поки прибираємо, вогники всі прибираємо теж. Опа. Так. 5 хвилин на перерву. Я тут. Прошу вибачення, мені подзвонили. Так. Далі. Що ми робили? Ми... Де пончик? Ось він. Ось він. Упс. Бім. 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 Так, now we have to add our background. Lady, garden, kitchen. Kitchen. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Wait, images, planes, challenge, kitchen, import. Oh, like why it's two pieces. Жух. 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 So make like this, like this. Okay, so we have to make cube. Let's make a cube. Like this. Let's put it so we have our donut. Where is the donut? Donut will sit here on the table like this. Блядь. А где айсинг? Fucking айсинг. Disappear, блядь. Okay, one more time. Жух. File. Import. Faces. Kitchen. Import. Ah, I know. Because it should be added in the separate collection, I guess. Let's add new collection, call it background, and now we import, and now it will work fine. Kitchen, import, yes. Okay, once again, increase. Now we take our donut, move it like that, approximately, and something like this. Put it down. Move it backwards. Like this. Let's maybe make our donut a little bit bigger. I guess this picture is not so suitable for our case, but anyway we will try and we will see if it works. as we need it. Let's rotate it like that, like that, maybe like that. Put here, maybe a little bit like that, because the picture is taken a little bit under angle like this from the top, so I guess it's supposed to be some small angle here like this. Right, so now if we add some light here, point, whoop, whoop, supposed to look quite lovely. Also, let's add a cube here. And I just want to make this table like a real table, which is physically exists. So we will do next. We'll take this part and we will move it here like that. We'll take this part and move it also like that. Up. Like that. And now we'll just move it here. Move it up. Now we take this face, reduce it in size a little bit, and now we have to take our donut and move it more up like this and like this. Now let's put this side a little bit down. No, not even like this, but like this. What if I make individual points now? Median point, same. Fuck, suck. Okay, if we move it, if we press G and after this V, no, Ctrl V, no, Alt V, no, Shift V. No. Also not what I want. I just want to make this part lower than the other part. But it's moving all. now we try again. This part. We put a little bit down. Yeah, something like that. Now we move the sun down like this. Control L0. One 920, 1080, 1080, 10 to 20. Camera. So we supposed to change the focal length like that. So what if we hide the cube? We hide the cube. Blank. Maybe table. Table. Light wood plates. And white. Dark wood. Okay. I want some light wood. Like this. It's not light. This one. What if I move this light just right above the donut, like that? I guess the spotlight will be good in this case. I mean, no, let's just change it to the spotlight. Yeah, like that. I'm checking the camera. Radius. Spot size. So let's add another viewer, image editor, and let's just try to render and see what we've got. When it became bent like this. Render. What's going on? Why it becomes bent? Like this, alright? What the fuck? I cannot understand why it changed its form when I started to render it. Strange, very strange. I mean, now it looks like shit. What the fuck? What if we just rotated like 90 degrees, lift up, and make it just like this. Well, what's going on? Why? What the fuck? Why? I did not point the camera like this. I didn't point the donut like this. Why it's happening? Fucking shit. What the fuck?
Remember when we were 9, talking about fate or lie between a universe. Tell me if it really
I cannot understand. What the fuck?
maybe I do adore. No matter what I'm true to you. Yeah, I'm true to you. Smells so sweet. When you play a song on repeat. Smells so sweet. Yeah. When you play a song on repeat, girl. Yeah, yeah. I love the way you touch me, baby. I love the way you look, you send me wild. Yeah, you hurt, just make me feel so tender and secure. Smells so sweet. When you play a song on repeat.
Object. Rotate. When render. Blender. What the fuck? I cannot understand. Okay. Now.
Out for yourself, move like you do. It won't hurt me. You won't dance with me now, take me by the hand.
Maybe because of the keyframes.
What have I learned? What have I done?
Finally. Oh, fucking keyframes! I fuck you!
You won't hurt me again. You won't hurt me again.
Ah, stop.
You do you fool again.
300. 300.
Me again.
100. The noise off. And now
Don't come calling home. Backwards languages you walk out. Broken home won't hurt me again. You do you fool again. You do yeah.
film transparent.
No, I know.
Camera. Safe areas.
Crazy times, crazy love. Those crazy lives.
Depth of field, no need.
Crazy love. Those crazy lives. Crazy times, crazy love. Those crazy lives.
So this light is too powerful. Let's make it 100.
Those crazy lives.
Let's make a radius more and spot size more. Let's make the power 1000. 300. 300. Now let's add some point light. Power GX. Be a little bit yellow. Radius. Like this. So this one.
Every time I hear your voice or see your face, I fall apart. And everywhere I go, I'm breaking into pieces of your heart. Everything's reminding me of us. 'Cause everything's reminding me of us. Every time I hear your voice or see your face, I fall apart. And everywhere I go, I'm breaking into pieces of your heart. Everything's reminding me of us. 'Cause everything's reminding me of us.
What else I can do here? Add some rim. I guess it's some rim. But you see, it's not really changes if this key, fill and rim light. We already do this during Blender tutorial, so it just changes almost nothing, and it's not really such interesting to look. I don't know, let's try. $300 renders. This is what we got. And what we have here on the false color diagram. Wow. This is the maximum which we can afford. I mean, I don't really like this picture, but why not? I don't know, just why not? We are studying, we are making mistakes, so we'll just keep making mistakes. Yeah, here it's quite hard to light up as I want it to be lit up. It's better if we will not stick up to some background, and I will try to make next one without any background at all. I don't like this one, looks like shit. Okay, we'll just save it just for fun. 5. Open, don't save. Winchuk. This one hide. Camera hide. Lights delete. In the world. Let's make one. And let's just leave this one up. Like this. I know, I just want to try like this, like this. Yeah, something like this. Let's change the resolution to 1920, 1080. Focal length. Yeah, this is what we want to see, and now we add some Glad I saved it. Okay, not a big deal. Cursor to selected, Shift A, light, spot. Oh wait, collection tool, new collection, lights, Shift A, light, spot. And now we rotate it 180 like this and like this. And I just want to try to make it like a radius. Let's make a high radius, but the spot size like very low, like this, and increase the amount of light. Maybe we even more to see it from here, like this, like oh, like holy light coming through the hole of the donut. And now we add Shift A, light, point light, and we will just make like some accent light. Reduce the radius. Maybe even like this. Yeah, something like this, I guess. It's like rim light. Now let's make Shift D, X. Decrease the radius. What if we render this now? And let's reduce the world light to 0 and try again. But let's cut out this fucking compositor and try again. I guess camera is supposed to be a little bit lower, like this. I think we can add like a well, let's find some image. Red carpet. Red carpet. What the fuck is this? Who is this? Why so many pictures of this girl here? It's all very bright. Okay, what if you download this one? Carpet, red carpet. File, import. And now we add a spotlight. We rotate it on X direction by 90 degrees. Rotate it on X direction a little bit down. And reduce the radius. Reduce the spot. I don't know. I guess it's a little bit stupid. Так, 8,300. 300. F12. Let's see what we will get. No, this one is also awful. Very awful. But it's black. Is it because of denoise? And it just became black. Ah, блять. Render became black after render. Ah, compositor. Fucking compositor. Image. Okay, very nice. Best picture ever. 10 under 10. JPEG. Блять, why JPEG? PNG. Say. But this is awful actually. This picture is awful. Ponchik blend. I don't know, I'm running out of ideas. I don't like to make all this backgrounds, all this shit. You see, you cannot just make it lit up. You need to fuck with the backgrounds also and all this stuff. What if you just add principal BSDF? Sky texture. How to add sky texture? Background color. Sky texture. Sky texture. Let's find some sky. Like this one. Clouds. File import. Clouds. Cursor to selected, Shift A, Mesh, Cube, Material, Cloud, Modifier, Add Modifier, Displace, Texture 1, Cloud. Add modifier, subdivision surface, strength, material, soft, modifier, add modifier, displace, texture 2, shade smooth, GVD. GVD. Надо якийсь тепер якесь світло Боже сюди налить. Налить світла Божого. Image. Image. А где? Такое. Так, тепер нам потрібно наше сонце. Угу. це не впливає ніяк. Ну, ми тут можемо змінити відстань. Так, тепер ми беремо цю фігню, додаємо їй матеріал і робимо transmission. Ні? Угу. Не, в мене вже фантазії нема. Вже не знаю, що придумувати. Так. Чекай. Ну добре, а якщо ми ще додамо сюди point. Point. Так, і якщо зробити отото куб. Куб. Взяти. Ну і чого? Чого ти не хочеш? Transform Rotation Local Normal. Цікаво. А якщо отако? Ага, і. Тако. Мгм. Блять. Solidify. Так, і тепер беремо тако. Ну, не знаю, типу щось таке. Реально вже фантазії нема ніфіга. Так. Збережемо. Бля, ну реально вже фантазії нема. I have no imagination already, guys. I just like... I'm exhausted. My brain is exhausted. This lighting shit, it's supposed to be easy, but it's like... not so easy. You also need to understand what you are doing. If you are not understand, some shit happens and nothing more. It's interesting really, but it's just need some practices as always. But playing with the light, it's really interesting. Okay, we're saving this one. And we are done for today, I guess. I know. There's Sunday. Maybe let's rest a little bit. I mean, you see, the donut is an object which is hard to place in some different ways. You always want to show the upper part. Like if you turn around and just show the back part, like the bread part, it'll be not so interesting for the viewer, I guess. Okay, let's just save this I don't know, ponchik in the sky. Save this. Alright guys, I will finish for today because my brain is exhausted. So see you tomorrow. I guess tomorrow we'll stream more time, because what do we have tomorrow? Create 5 lighting variation donut render. I mean, regarding 5 variation of the donut render,
improve it once, come up with one variation.
I mean, you also add all these plates, all these coffee cups. It also takes
Variation
time
of it,
to
and then
add
create variation 2.
all this.
Scrap the lighting, put new lighting in it, and do something different. Variation 3, then variation 4, and do 5. I want you to do 5 variations of the lights for that scene. Now, this is important for many reasons. One, just good for idea generation and just kind of discover and play with lights and ideas. But it's also a very good creative habit to learn, which is that your first ideas generally suck. The first way that you lit the cookie, the cupcake, whatever it is, it's probably not the best way. It's just the idea that seemed easiest to you at the time. It's only through churning through and trying many ideas, usually by your 4th, 5th, or if you really want to take it to the extreme, 10th, 11th, 12th example, that you end up finding things that really work. It's after exhausting all the ideas that you thought would be good, and then start daring into these weird, obscure stuff that you start to go like, oh, actually, I mean, it's not great, but I like this part about it. Changing that light to be pink created this interesting look, right? So it's that is a habit that you can kind of learn adjacent to that whilst you're learning about lighting. Next, materials.
All right, tomorrow we will start with the materials, and I guess it will be a little bit more interesting than the light topic, because I mean, light topic is also interesting and useful, and it's necessary to know this topic as well, but for me it's really boring and really mind exhausting. Like, and the sculpturing process and the geometry nodes process are much more interesting for me. Not sculpturing, but like, you know, creating an object with all this extrusion and some modifiers. This is much more interesting for me than this lighting topic. But I understand that all of them are important, but you know, I just spent some adequate amount of power to each topic, as much power as I think is enough for different topics, in my opinion. After some time I will come back, maybe do some other thing, but as of now I just need to rest. Okay guys, so tomorrow we start with the material. Thank you everybody for joining me today in the stream, as always. Yeah, and remember that war in Ukraine still continues, and Russian terrorists continue to bomb Ukraine with the rockets and with an artillery, and they also still trying to break our defense lines, but of course they are already have no power for this, as you can see in the deep state map. Actually, everybody, I'm recommending to use this map to observe the current, like the latest news regarding the front line and where is it located as of now. Where, as you can see, the Kherson region was partially liberated. The right bank of the Dnipro river totally liberated, and yeah, now the most hard part of the front is the Donbas region. You see all these red arrows. These are all the direction of attack of the Russian forces, and little by little they actually capture some of the small villages and like this, but it takes them so much resources and so much time that it's almost nothing in the, if we compare to the counter-offensive missions of the Ukraine in the Kharkiv region and in the Kherson region, in the north region of the Ukraine. So yeah, we are standing, we are defending. Definitely we will liberate all our territories. So believe in Ukraine, help Ukraine, support, donate, etc, etc. The support, it's really important for us. So yeah, stay safe. Слава Україні, слава ЗСУ. See you tomorrow. Трезуб. Okay.